Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider 2 Remastered. Continuing the playthrough as part of the Tomb Raider Remastered Marathon, playing through Tomb Raider Remastered 1, 2 and 3, in the lead up to the release of the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6. Hey there, Shaky! How's it going? Welcome on in. Alright, so I'm starting the stream later than I wanted to today. There was some storms around. Whoop, I got my... There we go. Got to mute my own laptop. But yeah, starting the stream later than I wanted to. We had some storms and everything, and there was some pretty big strikes, and I thought, oh, I won't go online, I won't stream, just in case the power goes out, which didn't happen, but the internet went down. So I had to wait for that to come back up. But the good thing is, it came back on, and I can still do a decent-sized stream of this game, which I really need to do because on Friday is when Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 Remastered comes out, and my plan is to finish Tomb Raider 3 Remastered on Thursday, and then after midnight on the 14th of February, well, after midnight, I should say, on the 13th of February, jump straight into Tomb Raider 4 to start my playthrough. So that is the plan. But first, we have a hell of a lot of levels in this game and the next game to get through. Need to change that stream elements message. Didn't end up streaming on the weekend. The Rise of the Tomb Raider playthrough is still going on, but the priority game on the schedule at the moment is the remasters. There we go, that should be fixed. The stuff that people on YouTube are saying are probably thinking, well, what do you mean? What do you mean the message that appears? Just Twitch things. Hey AC, welcome on in. Exactly, hashtag hacks. I was feeling lazy, so I was just like, yeah, we'll just do this trick, if it can be done. Ran too far. You expect me to talk? No, I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. Hey there, Efro. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. paraphrasing Goldfinger. How's it going? That's right, Afro, yeah. Goldfinger, the third James Bond movie ever, was the movie that first established what would become known as the Bond formula for how the movies would be structured. Afro, you know your Bonds, Mr. Rod. Yeah, I've got fair knowledge of the James Bond franchise. However, there's definitely people out there who would have even better levels of knowledge, like down to things like what was the number plate of this vehicle in this movie that came out in what year. You know, they'd be able to say all that stuff. But in terms of like a lot of the general stuff, hey now, bro, how's it going? Must have been the wind. Although the wind is unfairly treated sometimes, I think. I like in Goldfinger that scene too, where in the reflection that the woman's eye shows, he's able to see that there's someone about to attack him from behind. And then he kills the guy by throwing him into the bathtub. And I think the radio or something falls in, and the guy gets electrocuted. And then Bond is like, shocking. Positively shocking. Now, bro, shouldn't be so windy, especially if it's the farting wind. What the hell is with the texture on that door? I don't remember it being like that. Is it like that in the original? Oh, it is. Okay. It's a detail I didn't really notice before. Afro, you're rewatching the movies. You're at Live and Let Die, Roger Moore's first, 1973. Oh, a lamp. That's where it was. Yeah, see? See? Things like that. Little things like that I'll not be able to remember. But yeah, throwing the lamp in. And Goldfinger is where he started his one-liners. It's so cool too. But that's good that you're watching all the movies again. I haven't seen a lot of the older movies for a very, very long time. Eventually I'll remember the pathway. Right now I'm just going around in circles and circles and circles. Here we go. Afro Roger Moore was the best with them, having trouble keeping it up. Q. What's that one? I can't remember the movie now where it's like, what the hell is he doing? I think he's attempting re-entry, sir. Now, bro, hot take. You think Sean Connery should have been the only Bond? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say there's probably a lot of fans out there who feel the same way too, as well. It's interesting, though, because Ian Fleming's first choice was actually Roger Moore, but he was overridden because the producers felt that Roger Moore was too young at the time. So they wanted to go with Sean Connery instead. But that's not to say that Roger Moore would have been great as Bond back then. Like, I think sometimes an actor is better off being a certain age before they play Bond, you know. Unless you're wanting to do, like, you know, an adaptation of James Bond Jr. or something, then, you know, you'd not be casting someone who's in their 30s, you know. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. How's things going? Oh my god, these little things on the ground. Afro, it's always baffling to you how much older Sean Connery looked by the end of his Bond movies, but Roger, who replaced him, was actually 3 years older than him. Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors too that can go into how people age, or rather why they age, why they look older than they are and stuff. But I remember watching Sean Connery in movies as a kid. Oh, this is where fucking hell, Rod. This is why it takes me ages to get through these games. Oh, so it was Octopussy. That was the movie, yeah. Look at us now. Roger is too dead for the role. This is true. We haven't worked out how to resurrect people from the dead yet, so... But I'm sure when we will, the person's first thought will be to bring back Roger Moore. Hey there, Keone. How's it going? Nah, bro, you think they pick Connery purely for the accent? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was because of Connery's casting that I think Ian Fleming... Hang on, was it when he was... There was something about they changed or they added they added James Bond having a Scottish heritage because of Sean Connery's casting as the character, whereas originally the character didn't have any such background. I think that's what I was trying to get out. Right. What throws me for a loop is that there's literally two different ways to get to the same spot. And I end up going one of the two ways and end up in a spot where I'm like, what the hell? Lucas. Oh, look, new people joining us today. Um, I mean, maybe some lurkers that don't chat might have joined today, but all the current chatters are actually people that have come to the channel before. Afro, huh? I didn't know that. I didn't even know Bond was Scottish until Skyfall, really. And it was your first time watching On Her Majesty's Secret Service, George Lazenby's only Bond performance. The movie was quite far ahead for its time, with the story and the way it was shot. Yeah, because at that point Connery had retired from playing James Bond, and so they cast an Australian model and actor, George Lazenby, to play the role. And after he had done it, I think he only wanted to do one movie though, and they wanted him to come back for another, but he said no. So that's when they went back to Sean Connery, and then Sean Connery said yes to come back again as James Bond, which was the first time he had retired and then came back as Bond. Then later he retired as Bond again, but then came back again for 1983's Never Say Never Again, which came out the same year as Octopussy, because at that point the rights for the movie Thunderball were contested. So that meant that another, I can't remember the person's name, but it meant they could actually remake Thunderball as a different Bond movie. And so they made Never Say Never Again, which was a remake of Thunderball, while the official, quote-unquote the official, well, not quote-unquote the official, but the actual official James Bond movies did Octopussy in the same year. So it was funny how that worked out, but eventually the rights to the original, like the rights to Thunderball and Never Say Never Again went back to Eon, I think, or whoever is in charge. Shaky, that's the best Bond next to License to Kill. Oh yeah, on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I didn't mind it. I think it was a great choice to go with an instrumental song for the first time, because up until that time they had actually used songs with lyrics for the James Bond songs. No, bro, wasn't a huge fan of Timothy Dalton's Bond. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I didn't mind his, but apparently he was closer to the way that the character was written in the books in terms of his ruthlessness. After he said yes with a very fat check. Yeah, if you only live twice. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't blame him for wanting to, take on the money. Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. And thank you so very much for the 9 months in a row. A sub, baby. That's true, Sona. Yep, 9 months have passed. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Sona. I hope things are going well. Rosie, have we mentioned Broccoli's relationship with Amazon? Not really, but I'm not really interested in the new Bond stuff, to be honest. I think that should have ended after Skyfall, really. That could have been the last Bond movie. The only caveat I have is that I think they should go back in time and reboot the Bond movies again, but set it in a time period and keep it in that time period for the whole series of movies from that point on. Afro, oh no, diamonds are forever. That's true. Yeah, diamonds are forever. Yeah. There we go. Got to that point finally. Rosie, reportedly she said these people are fucking morons regarding the Amazon people. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember hearing about that actually. Um, yeah, because I think they want to make James Bond a woman or something, is what they're sort of going for. Which, I mean, the issue I see is this: like, it'd be like taking Lara Croft and saying we're going to do a movie called Tomb Raider, and we're going to call them Larry Croft. It's like certain characters just need to stay the way that they are, you know. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a new character that gets created. Like, I remember Die Another Day, for example. Um, it didn't end up happening, but they were actually looking at doing a side, like a spin-off movie of Jinx, who was played by Halle Berry in that movie. They were going to do like a side series like that. So I wouldn't mind stuff like that. And I think in the latest Bond movie, they had James Bond retiring, and then someone was given his 007 number, which is fine because that would be how it works anyway. Um, because that's what they are. You know, their numbers assigned to the agent. It's not, uh, you know, something that's tied to their birth certificate or something. So if one agent retires as a certain number, then it's understandable that someone else just takes up that number, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Um, but I think some characters just need to stay the way they are. Like, there's no point because at that point you may as well do a new IP as well. Like, there's been examples of movies that were intended to be a male character that they changed to a female, like the movie Salt. That's a movie that is basically a James Bond style movie. Originally, Tom Cruise was actually cast in the main character's role, but then they changed it to a woman, and then Angelina Jolie was cast as well. So it does happen, but yeah, when there's a series that has established a character as being one way the whole time, I think that's, you know, something that should be stuck to as well, because it just gets a bit messy otherwise. Rosie, amongst other things, an exec had called the new Bond film's content, which didn't go over well with her. Oh yeah, I mean, like, I understand calling something content as like a generalized term, but I could understand someone being like, well, they're not just content, they're actually, there's some kind of like spectacle about them. No, bro, I feel like Bond should always be a 60s and 70s period piece. I think that's where they should go now, because the thing is, the more advanced our own technology in real life becomes, the more contrived the stories need to be to add that technology into them. You know what I mean? So I think we've reached a point now where we're having ridiculous technology that's realistic, but it's going against the quote unquote fantasy of the whole secret agent thing as well. Because if you think about it this way, like, um, just because our technology advances to a certain point doesn't mean that every aspect of technology in the Bond movies needs to advance further to that as well. If we invent teleportation, right? Are we going to have a James Bond movie where the main villain's able to teleport around the place? It just ends up becoming ridiculous. So I think if they're going to do more Bond movies, they're better off just going back in time, as in start again from scratch, but set it in the 1960s and just keep it in that thing. Because the thing is, right, like, we know how many days a year there are, how many years in a decade. Like, you could tell a movie spanning 10 movies that all take place a year apart from each other in his life. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't have to try and make it the that there's too much, that there's not enough time in a decade to cover a person's life. Like, so much stuff can happen in a year, let alone 10. So I feel like they should go that route. That'd be better off. And that way, we can go back to the technology being, for our perspective, retroactively, futuristic. I don't know what the term would be, but for our own perception, it would be like, yeah, that's, old technology. But for Bond in that era, it would be considered advanced technology. So I think they should go back to that again. Our only gripe with the franchise is that in 60 odd years, with 6 actors, they haven't been able to tell a cohesive story across an actor's movies. Spectre as a major villain has too much potential, but they fumbled with it twice now. Yeah, like, I feel like that could be a good opportunity as well if they reboot the series again, to have them be in the first new Bond movie as the actual organization that they're going up against. You know, I don't think every movie thereafter should actually be about Spectre, of course, but they should be this sort of like organization that is primarily working in the background, and um, they're sort of like this insidious kind of organization that sometimes will sabotage the very missions that the Double O agents are on, and something like that as well. Although the only thing is, I know there's some fans that sort of were over the whole having to make each Bond movie a follow-on from the previous one in terms of like in Casino Royale, this is what happened, then at the end this happens, and then in the start of the next movie, he's wanting to get revenge for what happened at the end of the last movie, and then, you know, so on and so forth, which I can understand too as well. There's a certain freedom that comes with being able to be like, right, what are we going to do in this movie? Let's come up with a completely different kind of storyline, different villains, you know, all that kind of stuff. But the only problem is, at what point does it become just basically copies of what's come before? You know what I mean? And that's the difficulty that all long-running franchises faces. See, for a while with the James Bond series, you could get away with updating the external aspects of the world that Bond is in, you know. But I think we're getting to a point now where it's too hard to do that, especially in terms of technology. So it's better off to go back in the past, because then you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. You don't have to worry about the logic behind, well, why isn't Bond able to just use this technology? Well, that's because it's not actually around in this time period yet, you know, things like that. Rosie, you're on board with one continuity per actor. It's just Daniel Craig was Bond forever. Yeah, and there's definitely debates too about all that. Like some believe that James Bond, the name itself, is also a code name that's given. Now, I myself, I don't believe that that is something that is a thing, because that would be ridiculous as well. Some have argued, well, you know, if they call every single agent who takes on that number James Bond, then that means that enemies won't be able to actually know who is James Bond because they're multiple people. I can get that reasoning, but I feel it's a bit like, you know, trying to jump through too many hoops to explain how you want something to be, rather than looking at what would be the better way to do it as well. But I don't know. But I truly feel too like there's just some characters and franchises that they belong in the era in which they're set, you know, and so there's a bit of novelty in seeing, for example, Indiana Jones in the 1970s, but um, at that point, when they start to bring in kind of like certain issues, I guess, like the thing about Indiana Jones is it was always an escapism kind of story where it was just like, you know, there were things in real history, there were people of real history, there were, you know, all these things, but you were going on an adventure with Indiana Jones. You weren't too concerned about how he thought about weather. You didn't care about what he felt about ice cream. You didn't care about all these sorts of things, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to concern yourself with trying to explain what political leanings Indiana Jones had or something like that, you know. There's definitely things that come with the territory. Like if you're going to set a movie in World War II, obviously dealing with Nazis, you're going to have certain political, you know, things being shown, obviously, but when you start to treat certain characters like they're in a soap opera drama too, like, just in case people haven't, like, I haven't seen the new Indiana Jones movie, but I'm just burnt out on the movies because I feel like even Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was kind of stretching it, because I think too long had even passed back then, let alone add, you know, more than 10 years on top of that, because, you know, 2008 was when the fourth movie came out, and the fifth movie came out last year. So that's quite a big difference between 2008 and 2024. So I just feel like the character works best in the 1930s, maybe 1940s. But when you start to put them in the 1960s, the 1970s, and having him be elderly, it's like, no, this is... Because then you start having to incorporate issues like getting all these health issues and stuff too. It's just like, don't want to have to worry about all all that particular noise. That's why I think exploring the character in other media and mediums is the better way to go. Because I think it should get to the point where it's like the movies were Harrison Ford. And then everything else that comes after, sure, use his likeness. But in terms of like what you're doing, don't do any more movies. Unless it's an animated movie, then maybe, but I don't know. Rosie, new Indiana Jones movie was meh. The game was great though. Yeah, I've only played 5 hours of that game, but it was enough for me to know that I would actually want to play the whole game. And on top of that, it was also enough for me to go, I think I want to actually make my first full playthrough a stream, Because there's just some games where it's like, for example, Hellblade 2, I haven't streamed that, but I wanted to play it off stream in full because I really liked the first game and I knew that it would take a while for the game to come out on the PlayStation. So I thought, well, I'm going to take advantage of Game Pass and then play Hellblade 2 all the way through. That was my thinking with the Indiana Jones game, but it was a different story because I was like, look, I could get spoiled for the ending, so be it. What's more important is actually playing through it in full and experiencing the whole story. And I was like, I'd rather do that and stream it than just stick to playing it off stream. Whereas with Hellblade 2, I was like, no, I really, really want to know myself what actually happens in Hellblade 2 on my own. I don't want anything at all to be spoiled by anyone else. I just want to go in and play Hellblade 2 and get it done quickly as well. But with this Indiana Jones game, there's a bit more time up my sleeve. So when it comes out on the PlayStation, I want to get it. But yeah, the new movie, I don't know, like the thing with the time travel stuff, you're really getting into territory there where it's also a bit silly. It's just, and I know I'm saying that about a series where you have like these magical rocks in Temple of Doom and this ark that if you open it up and look inside or keep your eyes open, you'll get melted to, nothing. But what I mean to say is there's silliness in what you can do with time travel in something like Indiana Jones, and telling a story about someone who had lost their child and their marriage had gone down in the dumps. I can't remember if they broke up in the movie or whatnot. But all that kind of stuff, yeah, it adds an extra layer to the character and it makes it a bit more realistic in a way, to the sense of so much stuff can happen over time, But do we really want to see an Indiana Jones movie where his marriage is in the this is it? It gets into soap opera territory for me, which is just like no. But anyway, with the time travel thing, it's like, depending on how it's done, is what I would say. Depending on how it's actually told, using that technology. Because otherwise, it just gets ridiculous. Because it's like, well, just do this so this doesn't happen. Where if that's not in there at all, then there's things just have to be the way that they are. After you do miss the mission briefing and the travel aspect of the Bond movies of old. And Daniel Craig's Bond just stopped being a spy, but just an agent. Yeah, I haven't seen all of the movies with him. The last one I saw was Spectre. Rosie, one thing you notice playing the game, which pays a lot of attention to setting in context, is there's no plastic everywhere. Everything is wood and metal. That's a good point too, Rosie. Yeah, I mean, I never actually thought about that when I was playing it, but that's definitely a really cool point. Afro, Daniel Craig never did a lot of investigating or spying. Well, Brosnan too, I suppose. Yeah, I remember people with Batman Begins and The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises were like, this is all good and all, but Batman's supposed to be a detective. Why is he asking questions? Detectives ask questions? And sometimes they're not asking it because they don't know themselves. They're asking it because they want the person with the information to tell it in their own words, which could potentially, show loopholes or show, weaknesses in what the person's saying. So, for example, if someone is investigating the whereabouts of someone at a certain time, and they ask a question that they already know the answer to, i.e., I know that you weren't there at this time, but I'm going to ask you, where were you at this time? Just to see what the person would say. And if the person comes up with something that's plausible, then that's fair enough. But they could come up with something that isn't plausible that makes the detective go, aha. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. But I kind of get what they mean in a way too, because they wanted to have Batman investigating a lot, like, showing a lot of things. Like in Batman 1989, you have Batman working out the chemical formula that the Joker's using, to kill people with, and all that kind of stuff. Afro, it seems a bit too convenient. Yeah, that can happen too as well. I mean, any fiction, when you're trying to do stuff, is you're trying to make something happen. It's a question of what do you put into the story to make these things happen, and when you do, what what are they? Like, are they logical? Do they make sense? If you've established the world in being one way in your story, then all of a sudden the rules change without any sort of like, explanation, then people reading the story or watching the story or playing the story will be like, hang on, what? This doesn't make sense, you know? So you need to still make things make sense, even though you want it to be a certain way. Because in real life, there's some level of we can make plans to have things be this way, but there's also a level of anything can just happen randomly that you didn't even know was going to happen. You know, that's just life. But in a story that you're writing, you're trying to make those things that you're wanting to put in feel like they could be just randomly things. You know what I mean? Sometimes I do so much talking, I forget to actually take a drink. Be right back. All right, there we go. Ah, Shaky, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So, we can do a dive off a high point and do a neck break. We can do drowning. We can also do fire, getting burnt alive. I think I can go back to the area where that happened. A good fall sounds nice. Excellent. Yeah, not for Lara. Yeah. Damn. This is where I came from. Alright. Let's do a fall here. Shaky, you read your misspelling as any wow. What a light fud. And a neck break. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. There's actually a streamer I want to give a shout out to that I never go long enough live for actually rating them. And I think their time zone is different to mine as well, where they might not be able to catch a stream. But I wanted to give a shout out to another Tomb Raider streamer. Who's also doing streams of Tomb Raider games at the moment as well. Hey, Davidino, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you for that, and welcome on in. How's things going? So I'd like to give a shout out to Looney Lily. She plays a lot of Tomb Raider. She's doing Tomb Raider Underworld, was working on that game. I think she might have finished it because she was getting close to the end of the game. But I think she's going to be doing some streams of the remasters of Tomb Raider as well. So I'd like to definitely recommend Looney Lily as another streamer to check out if you like to watch Tomb Raider streams. I'm doing well. Things are going well, David. Having a good one. Oh, cool. You're from Italy. Nice. There we go. Got my bearings again. Oh, that's excellent, Davidino. That Tomb Raider is your favorite game. It's a great series. My favorite one is Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. I really like that one a lot. I'm really looking forward to the remaster of... Well, I'm looking forward to the remaster of 4, 5, and 6 as well. and not just Tomb Raider Last Revelation. I mean, Chronicles I still feel is probably not like one of the best games in the series, but I still want to see it, done justice in the remaster. Like, hopefully they can iron out a lot of the things in that, especially bugs. Damn, have to use one of my large health kits. Shaky Angel of Darkness has no bugs. It was released on time, as intended. In an alternate reality, maybe. But yeah, that's not how it happened, unfortunately. Davidino, you played Tomb Raider 1 to 5 on PS2 and you completed 4 times with all secrets. Oh, very nice. That's good. Yeah, getting all the secrets too. That's really cool. Hey there, Mr. Epic. How's things going today? I didn't even need to use a fucking health kit. Jesus Christ, Rod. Oh my god, I did that again. I did that in the last level. Oh man. Bloody freaking hell. Davidino, your favorite Tomb Raider is 2 and Chronicles. Oh, cool. Yeah, Tomb Raider 2 is really good. I would probably say that it's my next favorite after Last Revelation. I need to update that schedule dates, actually. Oh my god. Mr. Epic, fixing bugs is last on the list. They're too busy censoring the game because that's what they usually do with remasters, right? You going good? Oh, that's excellent, Mr. Epic. I was going to say Mr. Gote. There's two people that watch and chat and stuff and follow the streams that have Mr. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that you're going well. And yeah, I think there was some censoring that they did with these remasters, but then they reverted them. But they kept the disclaimer message at the start, but I think that's neither here nor there, really, because... Like, sure, does it suck that they feel the need to put that kind of information there? It does. But at the same time, it's a peripheral thing that doesn't really actually matter to the game itself. It's just something that retroactively the people who are behind the franchise wanted to put in there as a disclaimer. Mr. Epic, you just got 600 euros inheritance from someone you barely knew. Oh, really? That's interesting that happened, Mr. Epic. Especially, someone that you hardly knew. No matter how I slice this, I'm gonna have to fucking use health. And I'm just feeling off with this game. I'm making mistakes everywhere. I'm going around in circles. I'm taking an hour to do one level. Plus, I'm a bit agitated with the game. It's just going around in circles and then fucking up and then all this kind of stuff. Wrong way. Alright, so let's save here. So at least I don't have to redo all that again. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Well, things aren't going too badly today. Just a bit of frustration with this, with how I'm going through this game at the moment. I'm taking way too long to do a level that I should have been finished like 10 minutes ago. And going around in circles. And now we've got asshole enemies that don't let me actually talk while I'm streaming. Alright. So, off to a bit of a wobbly start. But otherwise, things are going well. How about yourself? Mr. Epic, yeah, was a grandpa on your father's side. He didn't care about you and ignored your father till the day he died, so you're kind of resentful about that. But hey, it's still free money. Better you get it than the government. Yeah, that is a shame too when that happens as well, you know. But that's the reality of things. It'd be great if everyone's family and every member of everyone's family was, a top, person and, was very, very, you know, well, act in the ways that you would hope family would, So it's definitely understandable. But yeah, can make it hard too when someone just doesn't care because no matter how much the person themselves, if they change how they want to react to the other family members, like the damage might already be done. Because that's a classic, isn't it? When you want to get something done in a reasonable amount of time, but the game is throwing curveballs. But I'm sure it'll get smoother again. That is so true. One of the paths, there's a section in this game, in this level, that has two different paths that lead to the same spot. So it's very easy to get turned around and end up back in the spot that you thought you weren't going in. And there was a timed part where you had to get through a certain point before the door closed as well, and things like that. So it's a bit annoying. I also got annoyed with myself because I finished the level, but I had used a large health kit to heal myself when the enemies were dead, when I could have just not used the health. It doesn't help in these games too that the enemies are able to start shooting you when you're underwater before you even get a chance to get off, out of the water and shoot them. Oh my fucking god. Now, with one tiny little bit of health left, let's loot these enemies and not use the health kit, because the end of the level is literally right beyond this door I need to open, and we get our health back anyway. Mr. Epic, it's still going to take a year, you think, to get enough funds together for a new PC. You're aiming for that new 5090. Oh, that's good that you're going to put it towards your PC fund. Oh, that's good. You're like, if you're going to buy a new PC anyway, better make it a good one. Oh, exactly, dude. Yeah, when you're in the position to be able to get something that's really, really good, definitely go for it. Crooker, that's really annoying, lol. You barely have time to react. Makes you want to activate God mode and just destroy every enemy in the path. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, like for some parts of the game, there are some little tricks that you can use to make the enemy not start shooting at you straight away. But there's just some parts where it's just impossible to prevent that from happening. Thank you for the GGs as well, Senny. And how's your day going today? I hope that things are going well. Rosie Creepy Dude was just staring as you shot him like 30 times. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, they don't react to, they don't go, ow, 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 or anything like that. They just, take it. Hey there, Game God. Welcome on in. Oh boy, this is scary, laugh mask off. One slither of health left. Yeah. I was annoyed at myself, though, because I actually used a health kit and then ended the level. And you get all your health back at the start of a new level, so I ended up wasting a health kit, which I don't like to do. So I reloaded the save and then had to do a few attempts to get through without dying and without using a health kit. So here we are. Mr. Epic, GTA 6 will be out before you get your PC, your new PC. GTA 6. Lucas, how many Tomb Raider games are there? Well, if you just look at the main entries, which is Tomb Raider 1 through to 6, and then Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend and Underworld, and then the 2013 game Rise and Shadow, there's actually 12. But there's also other games on handheld systems. There's also some mobile game Tomb Raider-like games. Then you've also got 2 games that are isometric top-down sort of like platformer shooter games that are co-op and multiplayer called Lara Croft and I always get confused with the titles for these games. I think one of them is Temple of Osiris and then the other one is Guardian of Light. But yeah, there's definitely more than 12, but I only do my marathons with the 12. Now, there have been times in the past where I've done the other games too, like I did the 2 Game Boy games and the Game Boy Advance one a couple of years back. Probably a couple of years back as well. Cooker, doing well, thanks. Could have slept longer, but coffee did help. Now just grinding away at work. Oh, very nice, dude. That's good. Yeah, it's definitely good to get some coffee as well, But that's cool. Mr. Epic, you heard GTA 6 is only going to run in 30 FPS on PS5 and Pro. Yeah, they probably want to wait until the PS6 comes out before they before they make it 60 FPS. Now, personally, it doesn't worry me. Like, if you showed me 30 FPS on its own and then showed me 28 FPS on its own, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But if you showed me things side by side, I'd be able to see the difference. But 30 FPS is enough for my eyes, at least. What's annoying is when you have 3 enemies with guns, 1 with a melee weapon, and the game keeps wanting to aim to the melee weapon henchmen. Like, so I would have had to use health in this part anyway, because this is where you need to ultimately get to, but I like to clear this area out first, before we get to that point later in the time. If you have heaps of health kits, there is a way to cheese this whole thing where you just basically move this where you need to move it and keep constantly using health kits as you burn, and then once you've moved the brick where you need it, keep using health kits until you reach the water, but I'm not going to do that. Mr. Epic, 30 versus 60 is big. You really feel it, and especially if you run the game with 100 and more FPS. You played GTA 5 on your old 2080 Ti PC back then with over 100 FPS, and man, it felt amazing. Especially feel it with how your car controls while driving. I got you, Mr. Epic, yeah. Maybe if I was used to 60 FPS, then I'd be like, oh, this is 30 FPS. Get away from me, you peasant game. Crooked 30 FPS are a godsend if you had to play a game in 10 FPS at times. Looking at you, emulator Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, dude, when you did that playthrough, that would have been so very annoying having to deal with that. Especially because obviously there's moments where you really need to be quick to aim and shoot. Crooked, yeah, it didn't help that the FPS dropped, mostly during high intense chase sequence scenes on horseback, and having to aim at the same time, and the horse riding mechanics aren't a wonder to begin with. Even Deadeye didn't help that much. That is so true, you know, and hats off to you though for sticking with that playthrough and getting to the end of it. Because it would have been understandable if you abandoned the playthrough until a later time. Mr. Epic, you tried to platinum Infamous 1 on the PS3 last year. You couldn't do it because some achievements required you to aim really good, but man, you couldn't do it with such low FPS. It was impossible. Eventually just gave up. I don't blame you for that. Yeah, that would have been really frustrating because it's not anything to do with you and your ability to aim and shoot. You know, it's not a reflex issue or anything like that. It's something that is literally the game itself causing it. Crooked, it was worth it for the amazing story for sure, but such a nice feeling finally getting to play it on the Xbox in 30 FPS because the gameplay can be very fun. Absolutely, dude, it really can. And what I like about the Deadeye is that you can get into sort of like a rhythm as well with using it, and especially if you combine using Deadeye and aiming at the head and then letting go and releasing. It's a bit better on Red Dead Redemption 2, of course, to do that tactic. But you can still do it in Red Dead 1, and it can be still efficient to a certain level. I was thinking about what I wanted to do actually for that game's 15th anniversary, and one of the playthroughs I thought I would do is 100% because it has been a while since I actually did 100% with Red Dead Redemption 1. So I'll do that as one of the run-throughs of Red Dead 1. But I'm also formulating a kind of like... I'm thinking of doing a playthrough that uses timeline, but in a very different way. So I just need to work on the plotting of that to see how I would go about it.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Epic, well, Red Dead 1 has come out on Steam now, so no need to emulate anymore. You think it also has frame gen, if you're not mistaken, so that way you can get more FPS. Yeah, that is really cool that they finally released Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC. It was definitely a long time coming. And what I like about it too is that people who had only played Red Dead 2 and for whatever reason before couldn't get their hands on a copy of Red Dead 1 can now actually play it. Or if they were PC players only and they didn't want to actually play it on a console at all, it's good that they now have the platform to be able to actually play it. Yeah, Crooked, it's one of those things too where since it's been a while since I did 100%, it'll feel fresh because it is quite intensive. Not as intensive as Red Dead Redemption 2, but it still does take a bit of time, especially when you have also bounties that you need to get because they're part of the percentage as well. Alright, have one of these enemies. Hey there, drone quadcopter, welcome on in. How's things? Drone, you're fine. Just scared that next challenge ahead of you will cost you all your sanity multiple times over. Oh, really, Drone? So, what kind of challenge is that? Like, do you mean challenge as a video game challenge, or do you mean like challenge in life? I feel stronger now, is what Lara would say in Angel of Darkness after doing something like that. drone. So it's finishing Wolfenstein New Colossus on permadeath, which is more or less highest difficulty, just without checkpoints. Game is around 6 hours long, and there are some nasty choke points to get through. But you so desperately want the achievement to join 1% Club on Steam. I don't blame you, drone. You know, it's good to have those gameplay goals where you just like, no, I want to stick with it and actually achieve that. So that's definitely good. But I can understand it costing sanity though, because when I did my playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, getting all the gold medals, it definitely was a bit of an uphill battle because there were so many missions that I was like, oh man, how many attempts is it going to take me to get the gold requirements? Because in that game's case, you have to get all the requirements in that level in one attempt. You can't pick and choose which one you want to focus on, go in, achieve it, then replay the mission again, and then focus on the other ones you missed. You have to get every single one again as well. But best of luck to you with that challenge, and it's good that you've got that attitude of wanting to, stick with it as well. Drone, first thing that makes it insane is there is nearly 10-minute cutscene at the start you can't skip. Bethesda, why? I really hate that kind of stuff. Like, if if the player wants to just skip the credits, especially if they've already made an attempt at the game or they've already played it and they just want to get straight into the action. When I was doing my no death challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it was annoying because there were some cutscenes that were long that you would think you'd be able to skip, but you couldn't. Yet there were scenes that were so short that you would think that skipping is just a slightly quicker way to get the short cutscene over and done with. And it's like, after a while, when I got to that point in the attempt again, I'd be like, okay, I'm just going to go and do something else. Be right back, things like that. Crooked, just saw that you also had a storm and internet outage today. The past few days really haven't been kind to you with PSN going down and now this. It really, really hasn't. Yeah, it's just been crazy. Like, when the storm started, I thought, well, I'll just hold off for a little bit because I don't want to chance it just in case the storms got heavier, which they did. And I thought, well, I'll just wait and see if the storms will calm down. And I was also half expecting the power to go out too. So I was prepared for that. And it almost did twice, but it didn't. And then when I went to get something to eat for dinner, that's when I came back home afterwards and the internet was back. So it was good timing because I wasn't sure how long it would take. But yeah, it seems like it's all been against me to try and get this done. Hey, Dr. Darling, welcome. No, you didn't see the Discord message? You didn't open Twitch because stream was late? That's no worries at all, Dr. Darling. Yeah, you haven't missed much though. I've only done one level so far in this stream, but that's definitely understandable. Drone, yeah. Yeah, it's just so annoying. You think that I reckon all games should have a message that plays near the start that says, "Have you played this game before?" And if you choose yes, it then says, "All unskippable cutscenes are now skippable." But if at the start you say, "No, I haven't played this game yet," and you want to experience the story, choose "No, you haven't played this game yet," and then have a message say, "Any unskippable cutscenes will stay unskippable. If you want to change this, go into the menu," or something like that. It was good timing, Crooked. It really did. Because I thought it wouldn't get sorted until about 9 p.m. my time, but it was good timing overall. Dr. Darling, you finished Alan Wake New Game Plus. You can't say you're impressed by the differences. Oh, really, Dr. Darling? That's fair. Yeah. I mean, without going into spoiler territory on it, it is a bit of a big ask too, because you're essentially having to play the game all over again. Um, and while there are differences, of course, some differences might go unnoticed as well. But that's good that you got through it though, because there's a lot of content to do that as well. Um, but yeah, there's several things that happen in that which make me wonder what the third game will be.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Darling, it's like 2 minutes of content and a 15-hour playthrough. It was obvious from your first playthrough that Redacted is the father of Redacted, and Alan Wake 3, 2036. You'll have to save Redacted again. 2036. Well, hopefully it's not going to take that long. But I remember Remedy in a sort of like event that they held a few months ago. They were talking about various games, and there's actually a new IP that they're working on as well that they haven't actually announced what it is. So I'm curious to see what that IP will be and whether it will be an IP that is separate from the overall universe or if it's going to be another facet of it as well. Mr. Epic, you're really looking forward to the new Max Payne game. Oh, nice. Yeah, the remakes of 1 and 2. Yeah, hopefully they're good. Yeah, Dr. Darling, spoilers, because there's still some people I know watching who haven't actually played the game yet. Oh yeah, Dr. Darling, definitely do. Yeah. Yort and Yor. I probably said it wrong, but yeah. It's cool that it's on YouTube in full. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, that's true. Yeah, James McCaffrey. He was really good. Because I only played a little bit of Max Payne 1, and that was years ago, and I never played 2 or 3, my sort of like experience with his performances started with Alan Wake 1. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. How's things? Doc Darling, it's not a spoiler, it's just a joke. Assumption for the new game you said they are planning. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Drone, and somehow give you a feeling how difficult are these choke points during that run. Let's make an example on something familiar to me. Oh, yeah, sure, Drone, yep. Drone, imagine playing Tomb Raider 1, NLNMPOAS, being in Atlantis multiple times. You would say that each of those choke points hits with its difficulty around the same way. Oh, damn. Yeah, that would be really, really intensely difficult then. And I hate choke points in certain games too, because you know that you might be spending a very long time trying to get past them. Ah, it's only for a fucking secret anyway. I don't care about secrets in this playthrough. Oh, I saved this far back? Oh my fucking god. At this point, I need to save every 5 fucking bloody feet. Mr. Epic, I hope they keep the dark tone of the originals and let's say Disneyfy it with a lame joke. They don't do that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you never know these days. Lizzie, could be better, honestly. You still don't have a doctor yet, mainly because the first doctor didn't work at that office, and your medical insurance switched doctors on you before you made an appointment with the one that you picked. Really, Lizzie, that seems like
Uh-huh.
a really weird thing for them to do without consulting you first. It's really annoying when stuff like that happens. It just throws a spanner in the works and makes things have to go on for a bit longer, or you have to wait longer than you would have before, and all this kind of stuff. Drone, and there are 9 of these across the game. Bloody hell. Lizzie, and everything you do is ending up with you in pain. So yay me, I guess. It's just ridiculous, you know. It's like having a doctor that was already in place and the appointment being when it was. And now that they switch doctors on you, which then means the appointment with that doctor is further down the line, when you could have been still with the same doctor and gotten to them at that earlier point as well. Because you're trying to stay positive, but it's getting impossible. I don't blame you for feeling that way too, as well, you know. And it would feel like you're being painted into a corner as well, which is definitely not good. Hey there, Sheila. Welcome, dude. It's going not too badly, dude. Things are going well. How about yourself? Oh, very nice, Sheila. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. And that's cool, too, that you have a day off. That works out really well. Give you some time to, you know, do the things that, you might not have been able to do. Things that you might have had to put off until you were finished and things like that, too. Drone, while it's the first 2 levels, mostly because you have not much guns yet. 3 are the last 3 levels, and the rest is somewhat evenly spread in the middle. Oh, many. Why you said much? Oh, that's fair enough, Drone. Yeah, that's no worries at all. Yeah, I could definitely understand that. But yeah, that can be tricky too when you're early in the game and you don't have the kinds of weaponry, or there might be certain abilities and stuff that could come in handy later. Like if you don't have that early, especially if you're doing a challenge on top of that, like this makes things extra more difficult. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Dr. Darling, Lara, can you have a bath in that water? Certainly. Mr. Epic, the medical insurance in some countries are really bad. Oh yeah, that definitely doesn't help either as well. You know, certain things that just make things even worse. Pies in Jamaica at 2.50 a piece, while in the Bahamas and Haiti they're $3. These are the pirates of the Caribbean. I'm very savvy to that pun, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that. and Lara ascended into heaven. So you have to do this a couple of jumps, or 2 or 3, before that closes, so you can then land on it and then climb up here. All these things and traps and tricks that the games like to throw at you. Mr. Epic, in the Netherlands, in the Netherlands, you have a standard monthly bill of insurance you pay and decide what extra you want to have for a bigger premium. But with standard, you're good and can get surgeries without being scared to pay thousands, like in America. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're able to have money put aside into something and you're able to then take advantage of it later, it's great. Versus, the unfortunate situation where people can't have that, and so it just becomes an extra burden on top of the actual, sickness or injury. Mr. Epic, you saw a video once that a guy was sick but didn't want to go to a hospital, otherwise he had to pay a big bill only for consultation only. That's the other thing too, like the consultation itself costing so much, then on top of that, what you might need to get, any surgery that you might have to pay for as a result of that too.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally, but you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man, and by then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Thank you, Drone, for redeeming the quote from The Dark Knight Rises for the Bane impression. Thank you very, very much. It's so funny when you think about the movies that have actually had Bane in them. You have the 1997 movie Batman and Robin, which has a Bane that actually looks like he did in the comics, but the way that they make his character is to turn him into an idiot when the actual comic book character is very intelligent. And then you have The Dark Knight Rises all those years later that keeps the intelligence and all that intact for the character, but doesn't actually make them look the way that they looked in the comics. It's just funny how there's a bit of a mirroring of things going on there. But thank you for redeeming that. And I haven't seen that movie for a very long time. I think it was about 2016, somewhere around then. And I did a marathon back-to-back viewing of the Arkham Knight trilogy, the Batman Nolan trilogy. Mr. Epic, America is not a great place to live if you don't earn enough, I guess. Some people in America live in cars who have like a normal office work. How does that make sense? Yeah, although maybe too, there's people that, they put on a brave face and the financial struggles might not be surface level visible, but, they're there as well. But yeah, I don't really know too much about the American system of stuff like that. Like I know here in Australia, like you can have, um, you can take out, life insurance, for example, and you can have a certain amount of money, per week or fortnight or, well, 2 weeks, or every month and stuff. So then that way, if something happens, at least you've got that there that you can use as well. A lot of like doctors and stuff will also bulk bill. So that means that you go and see them and you don't actually, pay, but rather the bulk billing. I don't know what the period of time is before they send it away, but they send it to the government, and then they get sorted that way as well. So now you have Blue Cross Blue Shield as your primary, but other than that, you're a native beneficiary, so the Indian Health Service pays for whatever your primary insurance doesn't pay. Well, that's definitely good, Sona. That's good that you've got that. That can come into play when it's really needed as well. Oh, drone. If you send a Whisper to me with that link, it'll actually then be able to pop up in chat because I'll need to post the link in myself to be able to have it visible for everyone. Because at the moment it's just coming up as three asterisks. It might be coming up for you as the link, but for everyone else it'll come up as asterisks. So if you could send that to me in a whisper, then I'll be able to post it in chat.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, drone. That's all good. We got it there in the end. But sometimes it is handy to turn the graphics to the old school ones because I remember when the game first came out, there was some keys that in the new graphics was camouflaged with the actual ground where you pick it up from. So switching to the old school graphics, it was more visible where it actually was. Ms. Repic, yeah, you're glad the health system isn't the same here in the Netherlands as in America, and you only pay a monthly bill from 100 to 200 euro, and you're covered. Otherwise, everybody would be in debt. Yeah, well, that's true too, as well. It's the other factor.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Mr. Epic, you would cry if you came home and got a $5,000 bill from a doctor's
Uh-huh.
consultation. Yeah, it's extremely crazy. Yeah, Dr. Darling, uh-huh. Aha, that's what I was missing. The circuit breaker from that spot. All right. Now that I've got that, I'll catch up on chat. Uh, Drone, when you think about your healthcare, convert your prices to USD, got fixed teeth, paid $40 USD, was overnight in hospital, paid 4 USD, you paid for some prescription pills, but most of that covered insurance, so you paid like 1/5 or 1/10 of the price. Oh, nice. Yeah. Mr. Epic, same with school fees for adults. We pay like 1,500 euro a year, plus maybe what's extra for books and you're good. Here in America, the bill is so big, people have to work 15 to 20 years sometimes to pay it off. The horror. That's just, yeah. Imagine that. Yeah, Drone, because your comment came under a backseating comment, I ignored it. But yeah, I found out eventually through my own problem solving that I missed that. Mr. Epic is starting your adult life with an arrow in your knee, pretty much. And some of this stuff is things that schools don't teach before people get to that point, which I think should be a thing. Drone schools here, unless private, they are free. You pay nothing. All you pay is transport and accommodation at dormitories monthly. After that, you pay for books at uni if you want them, but not mandatory, except some cases. But libraries exist, so yeah, I mean that's good an alternative. Don't have to pay money for the books if you can just rent them from the library. But you pay for university if you exceed your study time, which 3+1 for bachelor and 2+1 for ING or MGR studies. Yeah, government gives you 1 year bonus time. Compared to USA, this is a paradise for education. What you said, Evan, oh my god, your English is not brain today. That's all good, Drone. Yeah, I mean, it happens, I speak English myself, and, sometimes my brain just mumbles and, like, see, I'm even doing it now. Fumbles things up. Mr. Epic, students here can get monthly money from the government, like €1,000 a month, and free transport with tram, bus, and train. Well, that's good that that's free on top. No worries at all, Drone. I hope that the cooking goes well. Alright, so here's the third fuse. It could be the second or first or third fuse, depending on which order you get them in, but for me, that's my third one. So there we go. Oh, I fucking hate these enemy types. Because you can fucking get away from their attack, yet the game still counts it as you getting hit. Absolutely fucking hate the enemies in this game who have melee weapons like that. It's like the wind from the weapon is actually hitting you. It was funny, I watched the leaked auditions for some of the actors who were actually up for the role of James Bond before Daniel Craig got it. And one of the actors that went up for the role was actually Australian actor Sam Worthington, who was the main character in the Avatar movies and was also in Terminator 4, Terminator Salvation. The vibe I got from the audition, because number one, he just wore some casual clothes. Number two, his hair wasn't even like, it was like he just woke up. Number three, he wasn't even trying to do a British accent, so he just spoke Australian. So if you can imagine, he's going off in for the audition, and one of the lines is, you know, the name's Bond, James Bond, and he's like, the name's Bond, James Bond, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's like, you were auditioning for James fucking Bond. Like, if you were given the opportunity to audition to play that character, like if it was me, you bet your ass I probably would style my hair a certain way, actually get like a suit and wear one, you know, and at least try to do an accent. Now I can't do a good British accent, but at least something that could be used instead of just speaking like your Australian accent. Afro, of course you can. You can try it. Well, it's weird because it's one of those accents where I can do it when I'm not thinking about doing it, but when I actually actively try to do it, I just can't. Because there's so many different ways. There's so many different, English accents as well. But yeah, it's like, I mean, I'm not an actor, so, it's not like I'm saying I would have got the role. But at least in prep, you'd think you would want to, do your hair a bit. You'd want to wear something a little more appropriate for James Bond. Because the scene in question was actually the scene in GoldenEye when he's actually playing Baccarat. And he gets formally introduced. He's already seen her by this point, but he gets formally introduced to Xenia Onatop when he's playing Baccarat. So he's supposed to be wearing a suit and all that kind of stuff. But in the interview, like in the audition too, it seemed like he wasn't really interested in playing the role. It's almost like his agent was like, look, we want you to audition for James Bond. And he might have been like, oh, I don't know. I don't think I'd be fit anyway. No, but just do it. So that's the vibe I got from his audition, was that he was just like, I'm just doing this because I have to do an audition for it. Fine then, game. I will use a health kit. Dr. Darling, you can do a Scottish accent for Bane Connery. That's true, but it's not an authentic Scottish accent. Like, it's just, and it's not a serious, it's not a serious sort of like attempt when I do it. It's just, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, just personally, like if I was auditioning for a role, you want to at least do some things to be as appropriate to the character you're auditioning as. Now, granted, not everything that people audition for, they get told exactly what it is. They just get what they call sides, which is just, we want you to say these words. And those words might be something that thematically might match something in the game story, emotionally might match something that happens, but it might not be the exact thing. Like, for example, there might be a scene in the movie or the game where the character breaks down and cries, right? Saying certain dialogue. That doesn't mean that the actor in the audition is going to be given that exact dialogue and get them to say it. They might be given a different set of words and dialogue to say, but it's also about expressing sadness, so it'd be a bit like that. Like a lot of actors for video games don't necessarily know what they're auditioning for before they go in. And sometimes not even after they've auditioned. They only find out once they get to a certain stage in the audition process. Afro, just a Hatham voice, basically. Yeah, that's true. Dr. Darling, no, run invalidated. If this was a no health challenge, that definitely would be. Afro, whose audition we're talking about? Oh, so for James Bond, back when they were casting for Casino Royale, Sam Worthington, an Australian actor, he was one of the actors that went to audition for the role of James Bond. And they use a scene from GoldenEye, because the dialogue includes the famous, vodka martini, shaken not stirred line, and it also has the name's Bond, James Bond line as well, included in it. So they have to audition using that scene, and if they do get, accepted to the next stage, they have to do like a love scene from Russia with Love, I think it is, or a romance scene of some kind. So I think it's from Russia with Love. as well, because they want to see whether the actor is good, well, romantically with with the role, because that's obviously one of the aspects of the character, but also to make sure that they can do the scenes that are very important, which is usually the saying of the name and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can actually see it online. Like, I'll put a link to the audition videos that were leaked. And actually, one of the actors who was up for the role before Daniel Craig was cast is actually Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander in the Boys show. Not that I've seen that show, but I do know that he's the actor who plays that character in that show. But I'll see if I can find a video that has Sam Worthington's audition. This is the one in question. So this is Sam Worthington's and it's a screen test as well, which I think screen tests are usually the next stage of auditions, but maybe it can be interchangeable. I don't know. I don't work in the industry. But that's his audition. And yeah, he didn't do his hair, didn't wear something non-casual, didn't even try to do an accent, just turned up and was like, "The name's Bond, James Bond." He didn't say it like that, but he did use his Australian accent. Lucinda, welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the 42 months in a row. I really appreciate that a lot. That is so nice of you. Thank you so much, Lucinda, for all that. Good morning to you as well. I hope your morning's going well so far. After someone released all the audition tapes. She only saw Henry Cavill's online. Boy, he was young. He does not fit at all. Yeah, yeah. Like, there was some takes that they showed him do, which I feel were better than one of the earlier ones that he did. But I reckon that if he was to audition for the role now, he probably would get it, because it's so many years on now and stuff. Anthony Starr. Oi, mate, it's Bond. Can I get what's the Australian slang for a drink? um, I don't know of any, really. Because when I ask for a drink, I actually literally say, "Can I have a drink, please?" Not any sort of slang. Listen, they're going well, gearing up for another full 5-day work week, but you'll get to work from home days tomorrow and Wednesday, so it won't be too bad. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Lucinda. That's good that you can get some work from home days as well. That would definitely help a lot as well. So that's really cool. Glad to hear that. I think at the end of that audition video, he's like, I think he says either "fuck it, I'm done" or something like that to end it.
Uh-huh.
It's so funny though too in that scene from GoldenEye, because they always had a naming convention, of course, with certain characters, female Bond characters, where some of the names were, innuendo names and all that kind of stuff. So you have Famke Janssen's character Xenia Onatop, which has a certain connotation when you think about the bedroom. And just the reaction to that too. Like, I feel like... I don't know, I think Henry Cavill and probably that Rupert Friend, I think they had the best reactions for that. Because it's that kind of like thing. Like, the classic is in Goldfinger, you have the moment where James Bond was either knocked out or drugged or something like that, and he wakes up on a plane, and one of the characters that's leaning over him, I can't remember all the dialogue, but basically, he asks what her name is or something like that, and then she goes, "My name is Pussy Galore," and then Sean Connery's reaction as Bond is like, "I must be dreaming," or something like that. So I'm surprised they didn't use that scene as well, but it makes sense that they used the scene from GoldenEye, because as I said, it's got the whole, vodka martini shaken not stirred part, and the whole introduction to the name part. Welcome back, Drone. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and gravy. Well, I really hope that you actually enjoyed a lot. Listener, is that where Austin Powers got the idea for Ivana Hump-a-Lot? Exactly, Lucinda. Yep. Yep. It's also funny too, because in Goldfinger as well, there's a henchman called Odd Job. So in Austin Powers, you have Random Task, which I thought was such a great name for a parody version of Odd Job. Hi, I'd like to employ you to do an odd job for me. Hi, I'd like you to do a random task for me. Yeah, Lucinda, there's a lot of really funny references to the James Bond movies in that. Even like the music at certain points. Listen, you think you've only seen Goldmember once or twice. You can't remember it too well, but that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, Goldmember, that's one. I never actually saw that one. I saw the first two, but I never saw that one. Yeah, Lucinda, yeah, Goldfinger is the original one. Yeah, so you got Goldfinger, which was Sean Connery, and then you've got GoldenEye, which is the Pierce Brosnan one. And then the movie title that The Spy Who Shagged Me is making fun of is The Spy Who Loved Me, which was one of the Roger Moore ones. Overall, they had some interesting like names for those movies, like Doctor No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, Diamonds Are Forever, You Only Live Twice, um, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to rattle them all off. Yeah, listen, that makes sense. Yeah. Drone, you only saw 007 movies from Tomorrow Never Dies onwards. Oh, that's interesting that that was your first James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies. That one, I actually didn't mind that one. I thought Tomorrow Never Dies was a good one. I remember getting the soundtrack on CD for that movie, actually playing that a lot. It had a really cool version of well, it had a really cool song by Moby, which also had some sound bites from Goldfinger and Tomorrow Never Dies.
Uh-huh.
Afro, Brosnan movies came at a weird time as big over-the-top action was in decline in favor of more gritty movies like Jason Bourne. Yeah, that's true. Like even though Brosnan's first movie was 1995, when you were getting closer to 1999 and the early 2000s, there was definitely that kind of shift that was happening. And because wasn't the first Bourne movie 2002 or something? What's your favorite Bond songs? Top five. Uh, Let me see. I wouldn't say this is my top five, as in I think this is the first best, then the second, third, fourth, fifth. But let me think. Um, Live and Let Die would probably be one, as in one out of the five. Not necessarily the first one out of five, as in that's the best one. But there's that. Live and Let Die. View to a Kill. I like that one. Um, You Know My Name. I like that one. From Casino Royale. Um, The Living Daylights. I like the one for that. And then for a really classic one, I'd probably go with Goldfingers. Yeah. So I can't remember the names of the songs because not all the songs were named after the actual title of the movie that was done for. But yeah, my top five, not in any particular order, is Live and Let Die, View to a Kill, You Know My Name from Casino Royale, The Living Daylights one, and Goldfingers one as well. Yeah, he Chris Cornell, he passed away like within the last couple of years, didn't he? The man with the Midas touch. Oh yeah, the Midas touch. I always liked the sort of like Bond twang kind of music that you'd get. I don't know if twang is the right word, but the sort of like that sort of like kind of stuff. Bom dum bom, that kind of stuff. I liked how they used to, well, they probably still do on some level, incorporate that kind of thing. But GoldenEye had a really unique soundtrack overall because it was more electronic. In fact, there was a piece of music that wasn't composed. I can't remember the composer's name for GoldenEye's soundtrack, but there was one piece of music that was done by another composer for the tank chase sequence because they didn't like the music that had been... Eric Serra, that's right. I just remembered. Eric Serra is the name of the composer for GoldenEye's music. They didn't feel that his tank music was quote-unquote Bond enough, I think. And so they got someone else to come in and do that particular scene. 2017 Afro. Oh, was that when he passed away? Damn, it was that long ago. Shaky surf rock. That actually reminds me of Red Dead Redemption's Undead Nightmare DLC. That has some like surf rock tunes that are actually in it, which you wouldn't think, but it's actually quite well done. Afro Tina Turner was great. Yeah, I don't mind the GoldenEye song for the movie. It's not one of my favorites though, but I can appreciate it though.
Uh-huh.
Hey there, Fox Magoo. You two wrote the GoldenEye theme for Tina Turner to sing. There's an amazing demo with Bono singing it, doing a Tina Turner impression, so she could hear how it'd work with her voice. That'd be so weird to do for someone, like, because you don't know if the person's gonna, think, "What the hell have you done?" or "Is that what I really sound like?" or "How dare you try to sound like me?" Like, I'd feel intimidated trying to do that. It's like, yeah, this is how I think you would sound singing this song. Because it's like, the other person might have their own ideas of what kind of choices they want to make vocally, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Fox would be like, damn. That'd be like me going up to Arnie and going like, Arnie, I can do an impression of you. So, what I want you to do is when you talk to me, I want you to make sure that you say this word like this. Rubber baby bubba bunkers. I got it wrong. Fuck. Rubber baby bubba. I got it wrong again. Shit. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. In this scene, what you have to do is you have to knock down the door and say, knock knock. But you have to say it like this. And say it quick, together. Knock knock. Not knock knock, but knock knock. This is how you do it. Get down. Get down. Now. Now. Listen, it reminds you of Napoleon Dynamite when Napoleon draws that girl's face for some reason. That is so funny. Gosh. Idiot. My name is Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I like my martini shaken, not stirred. My name is Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I like my martini shaken, not stirred. There we go. I thought I would add the actual pauses in. That reminds me too, on those audition tapes, a lot of the actors were going, the name's Bond, James Bond, very, very fast. You know, you got to let some of it breathe a bit, like, the name's Bond, James Bond. You have a little bit of a pause between the two bits. Dr. Darling, Rod's real voice came out. What do you mean? What do you mean? This isn't my real voice. What are you talking about? My real voice is this. For some of your favorites are Skyfall, Adele, The World Is Not Enough, Garbage, Live and Let Die, and For Your Eyes Only, and from early ones Thunderball and Your Majesty's Secret Service theme by John Barry. Yeah, that was actually really good for on Her Majesty's Secret Service, because it was a change of pace, because all the other ones up until then had only been songs with lyrics, whereas that one was fully instrumental for the actual opening Bond song. And I wish they actually returned to that for at least one of the movies that came out later. Yeah, Lucinda, can you imagine? It's just like, this is how I think you should do this. Fox, shout out to Sheryl Crow with Tomorrow Never Dies. That was a great tune. Yeah, because wasn't there two versions too of that song as well? They had like an original version, then they went with another one. Or maybe I'm thinking of another Bond movie. Afro, the biggest snub in Bond songs is that Radiohead song didn't make it into Spectre. Not that would have saved the movie. Oh, that might have been one where that happened with, that I was thinking about. But yeah, it's been a long time since I saw that movie, so I don't really remember. I'd have to actually look at the song. Flip 4121, thank you so very much for the raid. I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for joining, and same to your raiders as well. Welcome on in. How was your stream of the remasters? Which one were you doing? Hello, hey, it's Cats. Hey there, Amber Blue. How's things going, everyone? Afro, yeah, it's just Spectre by Radiohead. I gotcha, yeah, so just Radiohead's Spectre. Really good song. Like, highly recommend you hear it. Oh, thanks, Afro, yeah, so it's Spectre's Radiohead. Radiohead Spectre. Oh, nice, Flip. So you're on Tomb Raider 2 as well? Oh, excellent. Yeah, this one's a really good one. It's a great time to be a Tomb Raider fan at the moment with all these remasters, and I'm hoping that they'll actually do a sequel to Angel of Darkness. Hate these enemies. Oh, this is where I saved it, of course. Go back this way. Flip, yeah, making slow progress, lol. Oh, that's definitely fair enough. Yeah, with these Tomb Raider games, for a while there, I was actually playing along with a guide, and I eventually got to a point where I started to play without using it. At least without using it until I really, really, really needed it. But for the past couple of years now, maybe 3 years, I've gotten used to playing them without a guide, but I do get to points where I go around in circles or forget an item or, things like that. It sure is. Have to raid and run though. Got to get your kids going. Good luck, mate. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you get that. No trouble at all, Flip. Definitely understandable. Thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate that a lot. Nice to meet you too. Thanks for the good luck wishes, and I hope that you have a great day today. And catch you another time. Thank you once again for the raid. It's so funny because this year with my schedule wanting it to be Mondays and Tuesdays off, I've had to use a few Mondays and Tuesdays the last couple of weeks, including this week, to get some of the progress done. But there was a storm here earlier, and it meant that I wanted to hold off starting the stream in case the power went out. And the power didn't actually go out. There were a couple of times where it almost did, but it didn't. However, the internet went down, so I had to wait for that to come back on. And because I'm doing Tomb Raider 3 Remastered as well, it means that I've got to get my arse in gear to get 2 and 3 finished off. Hey there, Ogorki. How's it going today? That's great, Gorky. Glad to hear that you're going good. Alright, that deals with those enemies. When it comes to the remasters of 4, 5, and 6, what I'm going to do is, as I go through each level in the remasters of Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, I'm going to go and use photo mode to zoom through the area and show the differences between the old school graphics and the new graphics. I've already done it with Tomb Raider remasters 1, 2, and 3. So for this playthrough of 1, 2, and 3, I've just been playing through the games without any sort of like stopping and showcasing the differences and stuff like that. Because it would just add a lot of extra time on top of these playthroughs when I need to get through them. Because my plan is once midnight passes on the 13th of this month and over into the 14th, I want to make sure that I can actually start Last Revelation on the 14th when it becomes available, which would be after midnight. So it'll be a really late stream start on the 14th. Lucinda, that's right. When you start work, boo, lol. Oh no. Yeah, you gotta love when timing like that happens. Who dares wins? 64. Thank you so very much for the 200 bits. That's really generous of you to do. Really appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. Welcome on in, and I hope things are going well. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Listen, to wait midnight, your time is 8 a.m. Your time, but it'll be Thursday instead of Friday for you. Either way, you'll already be at work. Boo! Yeah, it'll be, let me see, because the last time I did a stream after midnight, I think I kept streaming till 6 a.m. my time with Tomb Raider 1 Remastered when that came out. Oh, thank you, Who Dares Wins. Yeah, yeah, definitely, because it was quite fun to do the whole comparison thing, and that's the other thing about photo mode that's just so, so good as well, because you're able to use it for those purposes. But also, it's great because if you miss an item, you can quickly have a look to see if you've missed an item, because they're pretty generous with how far you can move through the game environment. Granted, if there's a door that's a solid door, it won't let you go through it with photo mode. But aside from those elements, you can pretty much go from the start of a level to the end of a level and vice versa to backtrack visually with photo mode too. Stan, boo! Who are we booing? I don't know, Stan. Who are we booing? Ghosts. Ghosts are always booing. Booing. Who Dares Wins? Too easy, just lurking a bit with Fallout 4. What time are you winding up tonight, Rod? Thank you so much, Who Dares Wins, and also thank you for the lurking too. That's muchly appreciated as well. How's Fallout 4 going? Are you doing anything like a playthrough type, or just going through the story and stuff? Well, I'm probably going to keep streaming for at least another half hour. I would like to get this level done and maybe the next one, hopefully. Stan, boo, boo, boo. Nice ghost emote, Lucinda. Have to call the Ghostbusters now. I don't have that emote anymore active, though. The Ghostbusters logo. Who Dares Wins? 450 hours first time. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Holy shit. 450. The only Fallout game I've played is 3, but I never actually got into it enough to finish it. And I've tried twice on 2 separate occasions, years apart, in the attempts. But I just could. I got further into it on the second attempt, but I just still couldn't get into it. I don't know what it was, because I do like that kind of game. Like I do like that genre, like post-apocalyptic and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something about that game in particular, at least. But maybe one of the other ones might be better for me. Stan, it's as close as you can get to simulate tomato throwing. In the Aladdin game on Super Nintendo, you throw apples. Dr. Dung, that's not a ghost, it's a raccoon under a bed sheet. It's like a reveal. That'd be a funny animated emote, actually. Have the ghost part, but then it gets pulled off, and the sheet gets pulled off, and it's like, there's a raccoon under it. Who Dares Wins? Fallout 3, you couldn't even, pardon me, get out of the vault, and you didn't even know it was a vault. Oh, well, that's fair too, Who Dares Wins, because, yeah, when I first played it, once I got out of the vault, I just couldn't get in. I don't know, it's just funny. Like, you get these games where you just start them, and then years go by because you never finish them. Max Payne is like that for me as well. Never actually finished Max Payne 1. Never played the other 2 at all. But I would like to actually play them. Finish the first one for the first time after all these years and play 2 and 3 for the first time. Stan, you'll need Raccoon Busters. That's a good call. Who Dares Wins? Fallout 4 is way better. Oh, good. Yeah, that it might just be the particular game as well. Because some people suggested maybe Fallout New Vegas as well would be a better game to play, maybe. So it could be that. There might just be something about the way that the story is told or the way the world is presented in Fallout 3 that I might be better off waiting, playing another game in the series for. I hate to use a health kit, but be better in the long run for this part. Listen, the Max Payne seems like a game you'd enjoy, Rod. You haven't even played it, only seen it. In any case, it's about time for you to head off to work. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. Yeah, because I do like that kind of game as well. And having all like the potential movie references and stuff as well. Because I think I got up to the 6th level maybe when I played it. But that was a long time ago. That was the PS2 version as well that I had. Thank you so much for being here, Lucinda. I really hope that work goes well for you today. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing some Resident Evil playthroughs at the moment. She finished the Separate Ways DLC for Resident Evil 4 Remake, in which you play as Ada Wong. She's also going to be doing the Chris campaign of the original Resident Evil 1. Was it the original, Lucinda, or was it the remake? Because I read your message in your Discord, but I think I might have gotten the original. Oh, so is the original? Yeah. Yeah, so Lucinda will be doing a playthrough of the original Resident Evil, playing as Chris this time around. She already played through as Jill for her first time. We'll be doing OG as Chris and then remake of Resident Evil 1 as Jill. So if you're a fan of the Resident Evil series, Lucinda's definitely got you covered there. Lucinda's also a fan of other horror franchises like Dying Light and Dead Island, as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within. Also likes games that have a bit of stealth in them too, like the Dishonored series. Also has like a playthrough going of Thief as well, the game from 2014. Great streamer with some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Who Dares Wins, just do a main story for your stream. Yeah, because some games I do really get into it where I want to do the side stuff. Like Mass Effect, for example. I played through the first three over a 3-year period, each game respectively, 1 year each. And I ended up doing the side missions as well because I really ended up liking the game world. That's that's all good for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. More than happy to give you one. Definitely catch you again soon. Hope you have a good one. Have a good day. Even Cito, one Twitch. Thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Who dares wins? Ah, Ada. She's sweet and you must admit it's a fun playthrough. Yeah, Ada's definitely one of those interesting characters because um, I feel like she's on the same kind of wavelength as Catwoman is in the DC universe, where she toes the line between being a villain but also being a hero as well, and it's definitely an interesting balance to try and keep as well. Did see a bit of Mass Effect. You stayed quiet, didn't chat to you, and P.S. You better get cracking, Rod. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, Mass Effect trilogy was good as well. So when I play it again in the future, I'll definitely be doing the games closer together, back to back, and be doing the DLC as well, which will be good to do too, because then it'll be like a fuller, almost 100% playthrough as well. But thank you so much for all those lurking that you did as well there, Who Dares Wins. I feel like sometimes lurkers on Twitch are sort of like underappreciated and overlooked by some streamers, not all. There's definitely some streamers that sort of, don't even acknowledge follows even, so, but all the lurking that people do is definitely very much appreciated as well. There's the lever. Who dares wins? Any questions on Fallout 4? You're gaining knowledge. Let's go, Rod. No worries, who dares wins. Yeah, I don't actually have any plans in the short term to actually do a Fallout playthrough. But if I do slot a Fallout game into the schedule, it'll definitely be 4, I think, because that one was also a bit newer as well in the grand scheme of things. And Who Dares Wins, thank you so very much for the 200 bits. That's amazing. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. Hey there, Scar. How's your day going? Shaky, a lever for me.
Uh-huh.
In Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time, there's this guard that you come across. It's very early in the game, and there's this particular puzzle that you need to solve. And for some reason, they decided to choose this kind of approach to the character. No, not that lever. Pull the other one. So much so that you would have to turn your volume down on your game, even if it was already low, because the volume that they've done for that guy's voice is so loud. Who dares wins? Yeah, don't mess with Fallout 3. You just consider Fallout 4 later in the year. Yeah. I mean, I've already got a full year of games too, because, like, there's some that I want to play that I haven't played before, but there's also games that have 10 to 17 games in total in the franchise that I want to cover as well. Plus, I got Witcher 3 I want to do a playthrough of for its 10th anniversary, and I've got Red Dead Redemption 2 and Red Dead 1, which is also celebrating a 15th anniversary. So I've got some playthroughs in mind for that. And then there's Assassin's Creed Syndicate is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Same with Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. Then there's also Batman Arkham Knight, which is celebrating its 15th anniversary as well. And then you've got Alan Wake, which is celebrating its 15th anniversary, so I'm doing playthroughs of that. Then you got the 10th anniversary of Rise of the Tomb Raider as well, which I've got to do playthroughs of that. Then there's the Dark Pictures series of horror games. The new one is coming out this year sometime, so I want to do that as well. And then I've got 17 Assassin's Creed games to get through in the annual playthrough series. I've got 12 Tomb Raider games to get through when I do my annual marathons of those as well. And then I've got GTA 5. I need to do my annual playthrough of that. Ghost of Tsushima, doing a 100% run. So I've also got that too. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of games that I've got to get through before the year is out. Disco Elysium, I want to do another playthrough of that as well.
Uh-huh.
Shaky, what about Alpha Protocol for its 15th? Got to play that too. Yeah, there's some games that I've never played before as well that also came out a very long time ago. Who dares wins? You can't beat Detlef in Witcher 3, and it was on PS4. Now you're on PS5, lol. Oh my god, so busy. Yeah. It's one of those things too where, like, even when a stream year starts, I already feel like I'm behind as well. But this year I want to do my anniversary playthroughs closer to the start of the year as possible, and also break playthroughs up into sections and categories and all that kind of stuff to be able to fit more sort of like stuff in. Scar, true lore of Resident Evil is raccoon animals that do live in Raccoon City got so tired of its residents, so they created P virus and started to pee everywhere. In the end, people got sick and started to turn into mutated zombies. That's the truth of the whole situation that Umbrella tried to wipe under the rug. Nice one, Scar. The P virus. Because usually what I've done with my annual playthroughs is I've done the games back to back to back. So for example, with Assassin's Creed last year, there were 17 games in my marathon that I was doing. That's not how many games there are in total. An Assassin's Creed game I don't play more than once is Rogue, so I don't have that as part of the marathon. But the other games that I've got, there's about 17 of them that I add to it. And in recent years, I would do those back to back. But for this year, I want to actually separate them into blocks of different games as part of that annual series run. Hudez wins. She started watching me when I was playing Deus Ex Mankind. That was years ago. Oh, nice, Hudez wins. That's cool. Yeah, that's such a good game. I prefer Human Revolution over Mankind Divided, but there's still a lot about Mankind Divided that I really do like. One of the little, improvements that I like is the fact that you can actually grab the edge of things and pull yourself up on them. I think that was a good addition. Looking forward to the Tomb Raiders at the moment. You just pre-ordered the latest Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah, so you got the pre-order down pat. Oh good. Yeah, the Tomb Raider remasters. Like I was very happy with these ones, and I was hoping that they would do more. And so I was very happy when they said that they were. And so now I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not they're going to do some new Tomb Raider games that are sequels to Angel of Darkness, so with the classic version of Lara. Now, granted, whoever has the main say of the franchise might, disagree, and they might not want to do that. But I think you could do a side series of sequels that are set in the same continuity as the original Lara Croft, and still be able to do the other versions too if you want. Because I think there's enough of a difference between the two for people to know that they're not the same Lara. Japan looks sick. Yeah, it's about time too we've had a game that's actually set there in the Assassin's Creed series. Also, I don't know when it's going to become available for the PlayStation 5, but I want to do a playthrough of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I was going to say the Golden Circle there for a second. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Scar, the true law of Umbrella Corps is there was a gentleman from England who was visiting Raccoon City when pea outbreak started. He used his umbrella as a protection from pea rain. When he did survive, he took samples of pea virus and renamed it to T virus. It did sound more English to him. Nice.
Uh-huh.
Scar, you did crack all Resident Evil secrets. How sly of Umbrella.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I never actually played those games, Scar, the Sly Raccoon ones. So that came out originally on the PS2. There's a lot of franchises as well that I heard about but never actually played. Then there's franchises I never heard about until they were into their third entry, like Witcher 3. When that came out, that was the first time I actually found out that the Witcher franchise existed. But it would be a long time before I actually played any of them, though. Fast forward to 2021, was it? When the first season of Witcher on Netflix came out. I watched that season, and it made me curious to find out what the games were like. So ultimately, I went back to Witcher 1 and played that for the first time, then 2 for the first time, then 3 for the first time. I definitely feel like the third game was... Well, I know for 100%, I think it's the better game than 1 and 2. There are definitely things that were frustrating in Witcher 1 and 2, even though there were some things that were good, but that was mainly things unrelated to how the quests were designed and that kind of stuff. I really liked the characters, and the music was really good too. So persevering through Witcher 1 and 2, and Witcher 2 was better than Witcher 1, but Witcher 2 also had its own things that annoyed me as well. But overall, though, I think that it was good to play the first two, because then when there were references to things from those first two games, whether it was like a character that would appear that was in Witcher 1 or 2, or maybe both, when they actually appeared in Witcher 3, I knew who they were, you know. It was like, good to see this character again, you know. Like Letho, for example. A character that I hated at the start of Witcher 2, but I ended up really liking his character towards the end there, and I don't like the kings in the Witcher series. I think all of them should be killed. At least the ones that end up dying should have been killed, the way that they treated certain other characters and stuff. Thank you, Shaky, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So, how would you like Lara to die? Shaky, so here we are again. Same spot from last redeem, yeah? Looks similar, lol. Oh yeah, we're in sort of like a very similar kind of like part of the ship. So you'd like to do the dive, the high dive and neck break. Let's do it. Awesome. I'll get Lara to the spot where I'd like to do what's needed for the getting of the item. Save it, and then we'll do the neck break. Thank you for redeeming that, Shaky. Code, well, Monday is over once more. Final Excel guides gotten, and the things you need to do, you have to make quad upkeep on the various sheets in different places to keep oneself sane. No wonder there is not many takers for this spot. That is great that you got Monday over and done with, Code. I hope that you get some time to relax as well. And it's not until you get into a certain position in a job where you think to yourself, yep, no wonder why not many people wanted to do this, if this is one of the things they have to deal with. It's just a secret. In this playthrough, I'm not worried about getting secrets. Sheila, this game is too easy for Rod. Give him a challenge. Wish I could say I was an ace at these games, could do them quickly without dying, but unfortunately, there's a lot of going around in circles because I'm like, shit, was it this way I had to go now, or was it the other way? But also, I spend a lot of time trying to do tricks to test if they work. Sometimes they can be pulled off, but Other times not. Plus I can get stubborn, where I'm like, no, damn it. I'm going to spend as much time as I can on trying to get this to work, or to see if it's possible. Forgot to change that schedule to reflect the different dates for those days now. So Sheila, with your schedule for your Assassin's Creed games, are you going to be doing the marathon of those games back to back, or are you going to put some like breaks in between where you might play a different game? What kind of approach are you going to do?
No.
Okay, Lara, is this game Tomb Raider 5?
No.
Good. Is your name Lana Croft?
No.
Good. What's the opposite of the word yes?
No.
There we go. It wouldn't be a Tomb Raider stream if I didn't have Lara say no at least once. It's so funny. If you're standing in front of something that Lara can actually interact with to unlock, if you actually have her standing in front of it and you go into your menu and you use a health kit, the game will think that you're trying to also use the health kit to open the door with. And so Lara will actually say no, the same way she would actually react if you just tried to use the wrong item in something.
Aha. Aha.
All right. So I think what I'll do is one more level in this stream, which will mean all the levels that are associated with the rig and Maria Doria will actually be done. And then we'll have the 4 levels in Tibet, the 3 levels in China, and then the final level in England, back at Lara's Manor. Um, in Tuesday's streams, I'll be doing 2 separate streams on the same day with a break in between. And so the plan will be to hopefully finish the rest of the playthrough of 2 in tomorrow's streams. That would then leave me with Wednesday to start Tomb Raider 3. And that would give me 2 days to finish Tomb Raider 3 before Tomb Raider 4 Remastered comes out. So there will be a lot of crunch time that I'll have to do to get Tomb Raider 3 done. um, but yeah, I'll do one more level in this stream. It's a shame that I had the storms earlier plus the internet going down, because then I would have been able to do more levels in this stream and have less levels to do tomorrow, but it is what it is.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
No, can't get Lara to do what I was trying to do, because I don't have enough of a turning circle to be able to make Lara start to turn so that she's facing on the right angle to then grab the ledge. Because you do have a little bit of leeway in changing Lara's direction as she's jumping through the air as well, which can allow you to do certain things depending on how far away you are from one landing point to where you're jumping from, where you can basically curve around a corner when jumping on something that has no sort of like front ledge to go and walk around on to get around something. But another way you can get up there anyway quickly is if you do this. Maybe. No, probably not because there's a bar on the thing. Yeah. Not to worry. Like, as an example of what I was talking about, see how you have this and there's no walkway that goes around that to connect to this? So what you can do is instead of going off and then like this and around, you can actually do tricks where you sort of like can do that, for example. So earlier in the game, there's a part where I do that to try and get a jump on the enemy before they can start shooting at me. For example, the enemy would be on this ledge, and the only way otherwise to get to it normally would be to swim up to the edge and then climb up. In the meantime, the enemy's already shooting at you before you even get to the edge to climb up. Whereas if you keep swimming past the guy to the other side and pull your guns out, then you can sort of like do this and then jump and then start shooting at him like that. Who Dares wins. Thank you so very much for the 100 bits. Thank you. I really appreciate that a lot. That's awesome of you to do. Good tip, mate. Yeah, because it gets annoying in those parts of the level where you want to get a jump on the enemy, but there's water, and so the only way to do it is to either just take the damage while climbing up out of the water, or you can do a trick like that if there's, something that allows it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
If only you could just basically climb up on this, but you can't. They make it, they make you think it's so simple. Alright, so this part here, you have to take damage. There's no way to avoid taking any damage at all. So, given how much health I have, if I was to have Lara drop down, she will die from the fall. You need to have a certain amount of health before you actually fall down to here to ensure that you won't actually die from the fall. And this is a key that we need. And there's no other way to actually get to it. As I showed before, Lara can't climb on the edges of this boat, raft, hovercraft, whatever you want to call it. So the only way to get there is to drop down from here. So they give you a full health kit to actually use.
Uh-huh.
And so with full health, this is how much health you'll have left when you actually land. About that much. Yeah, Crooked. I actually forgot to put it in for this playthrough, but when I actually do my annual playthroughs of the Tomb Raider series for this year, I'm going to have a command to keep track of how many times you say, This is like a novelty thing. Because I could look up how many pickups there are in the whole game and then just count them that way, but I'd rather actually count them where I get every single item picked up. So that'll be cool to do a playthrough where I do that too. Now granted, when I say that the only way to get to this is by using the method that I showed, that doesn't mean that there might be a speedrun tactic where you can actually bypass doing that. But I'm not a speedrunner, so I don't know. But otherwise, you have to do it that way by dropping down from that top part. Crooked, you could imagine that going in the hundreds. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of items to pick up in the whole game. Like, there's about 18 levels worth of items you can pick up. Sacrilicious, thank you so much for joining. Hello there to you as well. How's things going today? Something else, Crooked, I'm going to have for the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6. I think I was going to do it for that. Was I? Or was I going to do it for the annual playthroughs? Anyway, I was going to do a channel point redeem where when someone redeems it, I have to use a health kit, even if I have full health when they redeem it. So that'll be a bit of a novelty kind of meme type of channel point reward to have, because I hoard my medikits a lot in these games. So to have a command where I'm forced to actually use one regardless of whether or not I need to is definitely going to be putting things to the test. But it won't be like I'll have a 5-minute cooldown or anything like that. So it won't be that crazy, but it's something that I'll put in. It was something that was recommended by, I do believe it was Shaky, who first recommended doing something like that, so I'll implement that. Code, and finally tomorrow some refills, 44 kilograms, aka 88 pounds, in a nick of time, as there is possibly some disgruntled things going on, and transportation of foodstuffs, etc., being halted and whole next week. Plus is going to get wrecked. We'll hopefully get everything sorted that you need to, Code. because yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that would need to be taken care of. Sacrilegious, you recently finished Tomb Raider 1, and oh yeah, 2 and 3 remastered in their expansions. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I never actually have played the expansions yet, but I want to do them as part of my annual playthrough because when I do those, I put the remastered games into the old school graphics and play through like that. So I want to do that for my annual playthroughs. At least that's the plan. Cooker, that's going to make things more difficult when you really need it. That's so true. Like, imagine getting to a point where I have no health kits left. And it's like, ah, shit. Hey there, Spectrum. How's your day going today? As for me, Spectrum, things are going well. Making some more progress in Tomb Raider 2. Definitely have a lot left of the game, but if I can get this level done in this stream, that'll work out well overall. Dr. Darling found a cool idea for a mod. Lara's health is reduced over time. You have to make it to the end of the level without medipacks. Oh, dude. Like, that would be very difficult too, as well. Like, imagine that. Like, seriously. Of course. I saved it before getting the thing. Good one, Crooked. Ah, shit, here we go again. Sacrilegious, you hadn't played the expansions either. It's really cool when there's something new that you can experience. It's cool that they included them as well. I think that was a good touch. Spectrum, why is she barefoot? Because Lara Croft doesn't need any shoes. She can walk on molten lava and be fine without shoes. No, just kidding. Not that far. But yeah, this is the default outfit for this part of the game. Or is it? Hang on. I might still have it. Yeah, I still have it selected as the outfit. Although, now I don't remember which one is default now. So don't really pay much attention otherwise. Sacrilegious, replaying the base games was pure nostalgia. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a good feeling too, as well, to be able to revisit games that you have some kind of nostalgic feeling for. There's definitely a lot of games that were old school games that I would like to see remasters of as well. For me, 3 games that are high on my list of remasters I'd like to see is the first 3 Siphon Filter games. I think that would be good to actually get them remastered. I will be, Spectrum, yeah. Yeah, I'll be doing Tuesday streams this week. And probably next week too as well. Sacrilegious, the expansions had some wacky levels though. Oh, nice. I think I've seen some. but I can't really remember. Spectrum, you're well. You're planning for a hike when it gets warm? Oh, nice. That's cool. Well, I hope that it actually warms up for you soon, so you can go for that hike. She sure has strong ankles. Lara definitely does. She also has springs in her legs. Oh my god, Rod. Pay attention to what you're doing in the game. Jesus fucking Christ.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Spectrum, what's your definition of soon? Lol, you're expecting 4 to 6 inches of snow this week. Well, it might be later then, I guess.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ah. I'd like to at least keep the large meter packs above having 10 of them.
Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
Hey there, dudes. Welcome back to catching Roddy streams the moment you wake up laughing my ass off. How you been, bro? I've been really good, dudes. There's been some annoying parts of this playthrough, but I'm going well, though. This level that I'm on, I'm going to finish this before ending the stream, so that could take a little while at the rate I'm going. But welcome on into the stream. That's good that you're able to catch it while I'm still live. Things have been going good. How about yourself? How's things for you? Dudes? Dudes, Tomb Raider games always confused you. Oh yeah, there's lots of parts where, like, even when you pull a lever, it doesn't always show you what you've opened. Hey there, Lidus. Welcome, dude. God damn it, Lara, grab that pipe. It's like, just get through it. Oh, well, thank you so much for the lurking, dude. So you've been trying to fix your PC. Your PC was like, nope, you want to act up like a bitch. Why? Oh no. Just what you don't need to have happen. Dudes, Ross just vented on that poor swimmer. Who also has a spear gun that tries to kill you. It's like, you're gonna die now. Like, oi. That's right, Lidus, yeah, 4 more days for Tomb Raider Collection 2. You need a Tomb Raider Collection 3. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, I feel like there's stuff that can be done with Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld as well, if they remaster those. Yep, same thing that happened during PS1 days. It's still acting up. Oh no. It's so funny that no matter how many advancements get made, there's still certain things that just always happen. You're thinking the same thing, Lotus? Yeah, like I can think of several things in Underworld to definitely be able to fix. Number one, when you're actually aiming at enemies that are separate locations, actually have the camera zoom out from Lara so that you can actually see a wider view of who you're shooting at. And when you have all these bugs that are in separate positions too, instead of the camera quickly jumping all over the place because Lara is automatically locking on instantly to the next bug quickly after killing the next one, have the camera zoomed out in those moments too so that the camera just stays there, but Lara's hands change where they're aimed at to shoot all the bugs, you know what I mean? But also change the camera so that when you're actually playing the game, the camera stays where you put it until you want to move it, instead of having the friggin' game decide when it wants to change the camera on you in the middle of a jump or before you go to jump. Because those things can distract you. Like in the instant you're about to make the jump, if those things happen, it can distract you to fuck up your jump. You know, so I think they're two things that they could do with Underworld to really fix that game a lot. I'll tell you what, these enemies give me the fucking shits. I gotta use a fucking health kit. Jeez, I hate using health kits when I don't want to. Rather hold on for a health kit as long as I need to. Till I literally have a slither of health left and it won't let me get past the next part unless I heal. Like, that's when I want to heal. But it's true, damn bastard was hugging Lara violently. He was. Piece of shit. Should shoot him in the nuts for that. Like in the 2013 game when that guy is trying to have his way with Lara. I like to shoot him in the dick. The moment before you do the QTE where you have to struggle with the gun for then Lara to actually shoot to kill him. I like to shoot him in the dick first before the QTE starts. To add extra oomph to the kill. And Lidus, yeah, I missed you too, Automod. Automod's like, oh, Lidus is in the chat. Lidus, you thought violently triggered Automod, but then you read what you typed again and you're like, fuck. Oh, that's all good, dude. Yeah, sometimes it just picks up stuff because it thinks the context in which it's being used is something that the streamer might want blocked. But it's like, look, when the streamer knows the context, it'd be good if they were able to make it so that Automod knew that too. Like context presets would be good to have. Like if it's directed at a character in a video game, Automod should let it go through because the streamers put in the parameter that if the context is about a character in a game or whatnot, then it's allowed. Guys, what the fuck? He went through the door. He forced the door to open up. He clipped through the damn thing. What has Marco Bartoli been getting them to drink? Use another health kit. Again. There's something I didn't know, Linus, with photo mode that you can do. When you put it into the options in photo mode for poses and faces and all that kind of stuff, I didn't realize that you can actually make Lara herself move independently in the shot, irrespective of where the camera is. So what you do is you go into the second set of options for pose and face, and then with the R2 button, you hold the R2 button down, and with the left control stick, you can move Lara like this, and with the right control stick, you can raise or lower where she is, or spin her around. I mean, there's probably players that found this day one, but it was something that I didn't actually find out until this playthrough. I like this one. This is as fast as I can make the character go, though, but it's like, do the kick. Wow. Yeah, shaky and dudes. It's like, what the fuck? Crooked, is Lara part of the Matrix now? Defying all logics of physics? That's a good call, actually. It'd be funny if you could make it actually happen in gameplay as well. In the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6, in photo mode, you'll actually be able to do something similar to Ghost of Tsushima's photo mode, where you can make a little scene play out and go on loop. So I think that's going to be cool. I can imagine people making a lot of really funny and cool sort of like machinima type stuff. And here we go. We have this
Uh-huh.
key, which means we can now actually get out of this level. Well, that's one way to get out of the level, I guess. Here we have the Seraph.
Uh-huh.
Alright, so we'll do that part of this level. Oop. However, this is actually where I'm going to end the stream. So make sure that I've saved. There we go. So we're in the Tibet levels now. We still have quite a lot of levels to do. There's about 4 levels in Tibet, and then there's 3 levels in China, and then there's one more level, and that's at Lara's Manor. So that's what we've got left of Tomb Raider 2. The next stream that you'll see from me will be on a Tuesday, so I'll be doing a split stream of Tomb Raider 2 Remastered. The plan is to hopefully finish the game after the second stream when it's Tuesday for me, which is tomorrow. Which it already is Tuesday now because it's 1:21 a.m. Tuesday morning. But I definitely won't be streaming for another 12 to 14 or 15 hours, maybe 16 hours from now. So the next stream will be on a Tuesday, and it'll be Tomb Raider 2 again. So if you see me streaming this, then you know it's still Tuesday. If you see me streaming Tomb Raider 3, then you know it's become Wednesday. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it a lot. Gonna go and give some shout outs. Actually, before I do that, here we go. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. AC, who's been doing a playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. Flip has been doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider remasters, doing a stream as well of fitness and health. Crocodiles has been doing a playthrough of Mirror's Edge Catalyst. He's just come off playing Ghost of Tsushima on lethal difficulty. Lidus is doing a lot of retro stuff. He's a fan especially of the Mortal Kombat series, playing through the old school games in that series, but also other fighting game franchises like Street Fighter and Tekken. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of games like Resident Evil 4. She actually finished the Separate Ways DLC for the remake of 4, where you play as Ada, and she's also going to be doing, next up with the Resident Evil series, a playthrough of Resident Evil 1 Original, this time playing through as Chris. Scar is playing through games like Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War. Shitterlock is actually going to be doing a Assassin's Creed marathon, starting, of course, with the very first game in the series, originally released in 2007, Assassin's Creed 1. Shaky is also doing a playthrough of Far Cry 6 as well. So yeah, definitely recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Okay, so we're going to go and raid out to a channel that has basically 24 hours a day. They have playthroughs of different games happening. Currently, they're showing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. being played. So there's no commentary or anything like that in the gameplay, and the person streaming on that channel doesn't respond to chat like with audio and all that kind of stuff. But if you're looking for a channel where you can just chill out and watch some gameplay of heaps of different games, like they've got a list of games that they play on that channel. But we're going to go and raid out to the Legacy Shack. So there's a raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll also put one in for subscribers as well. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. The next stream you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider 2 Remastered again. The plan is to finish Tomb Raider 2 Remastered across the 2 separate streams I'll be doing on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday start Tomb Raider 3 Remastered. And also on the schedule I have Rise of the Tomb Raider as well. But I won't be doing another stream of that until probably Monday next week, I would say. But in any case, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you all have a great rest of the day or night, whichever it might be for you. And until next time, have a good one.